And we're live. We're live from Tomorrow's Bird. It's the third show of the Deviated September tour. It's named by Doug. Welcome everyone. Hey to bodybuilder to be Stongneck. I'm only big child's here. Mind over muty. Pierre. Fulcrum Tails. Fierce is not sure it was, but quite colorful. How are y'all doing on this Saturday? I woke up this morning and I had a melody in my head and I wrote my first ever theme song. It's very short. I'm not going to play it, but you'll just have to look forward to it. But it's a theme song for one of the segments in my upcoming show. But it was just in my brain or something when I woke up. I hope I didn't, it's probably a melody already, but I doubt they use the same chords, although that doesn't really change the legality of it. Paul Simon dreamed yesterday as well. This could be your yesterday. Pierre says, how are you? I think all the database is fine. I lost the data between 2 a.m. and I lost, about 14 hours of data. Which theoretically I could have figured out a way to get it, but it would have taken me hours and hours and hours. It just wasn't worth it. But everything seems fine. But thanks for asking. I sold my PA this morning, and I sold the last of the 2 racks. Hey Pete. Feels so good to have those weights off me. Literally, right? They're big, heavy things. Well, the racks are not heavy, but the PA is heavy. I just thought I would sell other stuff, but I just don't have much more to sell. I don't know actually if I'll sell this because it's the problem, with some gear, it's just not worth very much. And the amount of money I would get for it, because it's not in great condition either. But it's fine if you know what to do with it. But I probably could get at most $100, $150 for this. But this was probably a $1,600 thing back in the day, $2,000 piece of gear. So I might just try to put this in storage. I don't know. I need it. I still need it. At least until the van, but I don't know if it's going to be worth selling it. But these are the only big things I have left that I own are this is big. This is real heavy. This board. I have a rack over there that I'll probably keep because it's nice and I use it. I won't be using it in the van, but that's worth keeping. And then this guitar amp I'm going to sell. I've been hauling around this guitar amp that I used with this. I'm going to sell that, and that's it for big stuff. Meaty you to personal assistant all this time. Meaty says, what does that using do with all the slides and knobs? It doesn't do as much as it did when I first started the show. Because one of the first couple years of the show, I had mics on all the horns, which is a far superior sound. But I just hated dealing with all the cables and everything, and I don't know. That shows how much I'm not an audiophile, because they sound so much better. But so there's stuff that I hear that y'all don't hear. So I need my own way to hear a different mix than what y'all hear. So I have it set up so I can hear. Well, so this is a 16 channel mixer, so there's 16 inputs, and there's also auxiliary inputs and outputs. Welcome, Mr. Dave. Yeah, how are you doing? It's been a long time. How are you? So each vertical row on here, y'all, is an input. So it's just 16 identical rows, and track 1 and 2 is Ableton Live, what y'all can hear. Track 3 and 4 is basically my quick track, but it's also a way I could theoretically solo things without you hearing it. I never ever do that though. But theoretically it does. Then 5 is my overhead talk mic, because it's really bad for your voice to wear headphones and not be able to hear yourself, because you're going to strain your voice. So I can hear myself. And then I have track 8 is the Rhodes. And then I have all these tracks that I don't use, but I did at one point. You know, I had a track for the Saxophone, a track for the Digadadoo, track for trumpet, for flute, for trombone, but none of those tracks are in use. Instead, I have track 14 is a room mic, which is this condenser mic that's above this. Oh, this is starting to sag again, isn't it? That's okay. And then there's the mic on the stand, which is over here. Then there's my handheld mic. But then I also have some auxiliary inputs. So I have the audio from the computer, so I can hear from 2 different computers, so I can hear them at different levels. Tubi is actually going through here before you hear. Tubi goes through here so I can hear Tubi, and then out to y'all. But theoretically, that new mixer, that remember I got that super expensive audio interface over the summer because one of mine died, and I didn't really need the capabilities yet, but because I was having to replace it, I figured I might as well get what I'll need for one when I just have the laptop. But theoretically, I mean, I'm sure I'm going to run into something I can't do that I want to do, but theoretically, all of the functionality that I have right here, I'll be able to do inside the computer easily. So I won't miss this. But it's just not worth the time to try to rewire everything. It'd be a waste of my time. So I'm sure we'll use this until I'm ready to move into the van. Yeah. So it's very important right now. If it were to break in the middle of the show, I'd have to end the show until I figured out a replacement or rewired everything. And I really don't want to deal with that. I don't want to waste that time. So let's just hope it keeps working until I don't need it. Hey, Mighty Matty. Uses so many inputs. Well, this looks so much more complicated than it actually is. Because really it's just this 16 times, you know? So this stuff obviously is different than this 16 times. But all these dials, most of them I don't use. I mean, you have your... up top, you have your 48 volt, which you turn on for certain kinds of condenser mics. And then you have a low pass filter that you can click on. Then you have your gain. Then you have this button. You can choose to send the signal through your EQ, your audio equalization, or not. And then here's your EQ, which is just there's a high, and then you choose the frequency of high, the mid, and the frequency for low, low, mid, low. And then these right here are auxiliary outs. So I have 6 outputs on this. Well, technically more. There's 6 aux sends, and so each channel could be sent to 6 different places. And I take advantage of those because things go through the board and then they get sent to. They might get sent. They have to get. If I'm doing one of them goes to a special place when Tubi sings, and then there's some that are for. They go into recording. Some go then to it's my talk mic and it gets outputted to the computer so you can hear me. This is a pan knob. This is a mute button. Then you have your fader, and then these buttons you can assign the output of this to your 4 subs, which are 4 other outputs, and or to the main mix. But you don't actually hear. You hear Ableton Direct. You don't hear Ableton. You don't hear the music through this. Only I do. You hear Ableton Direct from one computer to another. Mises, would that be one of them fancy solid state thingies? I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember exactly what that even means. If I'm being totally honest, I can't remember what significance solid state has. Kids, do you know, or Pete, what is the significance of solid state? Yeah, I don't know what it means. Is that the opposite of tube? Is there solid state in tube? Am I remembering that right? My guitar amp, if I remember, is solid state. I remember that. I'm pretty sure my guitar amp is a solid state amp, not a tube amp. Does that make any sense? Is that possible? Is that right? Deluxe 85. Solid state. Yeah. My guitar amp is solid state. That's all I remember about it. Piece of solid state is like I see nowadays made from silicone. It just means it's smaller, and tubes are the old things. Well, I know. I mean, people love tubes, right? Guitarists love tube amps and swear by them. A lot of them, right? But then your tubes always are breaking, and you gotta replace them. Is Skyborg here, or did Tubi accidentally use some older requests? Thanks, Muddy Matty. Thank you. Are you here, Skyborg, or is there a bug? I remember this happened once before. Skyborg kept getting these requests that were from the distant past. But it's good because we probably didn't have enough requests. Pieces I still work with build tubes sometimes. Just fascinating stuff. Interesting how easy it is for the other work I do in electronics design. My sense, and I could be wrong, I've done very little with electronics. My sense is that older gear, it's a lot easier to fix and be inventive with. I think they say that about cars too, right? Older cars are a lot easier to fix. Newer cars, just you got to get the right mic. If the microchip's out, there's nothing you can do. You just got to get the replacement microchip or something. Is that an accurate way to describe the current state of things, or not accurate? Pieces. Well, nowadays everything is is in one chip. Media requested 5 of everything. Oh, good. These which is a gift and a big curse at the same time. I still haven't fixed the monitor. Remember, there's this monitor. It stopped showing this computer for some reason. I still haven't had time to figure out what it is. And because of that, it messed up Tubi's ability to load sounds. Because I guess because it was now no longer attached to a monitor, it meant that the virtual monitor that Tubi was using was a slightly different size. And because Tubi is literally moving a mouse around, it meant that where Tubi was trying to click was no longer the right place. And so that's why I had to load sounds. Anyway, I finally had a chance to look at it. I just had to lower up. There's this one thing that Tubi was clicking on 20 pixels too high. So I just before the show, and I was just lucky. I didn't even try to, I just guessed. I guessed 20 pixels and it worked. And Tubi just loaded the sounds correctly, it looks like. So that's nice. I'm sure Tubi will be incorrect most of the time, but at least we got it this time. Okay. $12.8 or high drum? Sure. Sure. That's weird. Pieces you don't forget to beat the hour. I should be fine today. Should be fine. Drum kit. There's not a, let's do 12/8. There's not a lot of interesting notes up higher. Hey, Jazzy. He says, "How was your dinner?" It was good. I ate things I shouldn't have eaten for how late it was. I try not to eat much at all after shows now. Yeah, I changed it's really helped. I used to eat a lot of carbs around lunchtime, and I definitely would feel my energy go down in the middle of the day. And I've really cut my carbs down at lunchtime, and I eat my carbs for dinner more. So for lunch, I've been eating every day for whenever I remember, I think I told you, I don't remember if it was a week or 3 weeks ago. My lunch is the same every day. I two eggs scrambled in the microwave, and then a whole bunch of kimchi in the eggs, and then I'll usually put some sort of meat like turkey or chicken or tuna just from a can into there, and then I'll eat a bunch of spinach, and that's my lunch. And my energy levels have been way more reliable during the middle of the day. This was not I mean, I heard a science, some science. Where did I remember where I heard it. Just that eating carbs in the middle of the day could wear you out. I mean, some people don't even want to eat carbs for breakfast, but I love my oatmeal and I never have problems with energy in the morning. I mean, I'm a morning person, so let's see. I don't have a great dinner routine yet. My dinner routine is not very healthy often. I often eat these frozen burritos. Or not burritos. Well, there's some, they're not, anything that is in a plastic wrapper is not good for you, almost ever. So I need to figure that out by the time I hit the road in the van. Because I am determined not to be eating junk food on the road. Maybe once a week, of a special day, and y'all can vote maybe. That might be fun. I give y'all the options, so there I could go have pizza, or I could have Thai, or whatever, Vietnamese, Portuguese, and y'all can vote, and then that's where I go. Hey XP Home, thanks for the 4-month sub. Falgrams is voting the junk food. Yeah, well, I think I want to choose my own junk food. No, but hopefully healthy dinners mostly. But yeah, and I need to restrict my candy use. I mean, I'm not gonna have the money to be anyway, so it's just as well. Hey, Chuggy Smalls. Pieces kind of depends on the junk food. Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. Some restaurant food is good, but in general, they want you to come back, so they put stuff in to make you want to come back, and that stuff they put in at most restaurants is not that good for you. Whatever it is, their secret comeback sauce. So this is the mystery request that probably isn't actually today's request, but for some reason, Tubi. Although maybe Skyberg was here when the show first went live and did some requests in the on-screen extension. I think we talked about this a bit before, but I think it would be fun to have as an occasional segment on my YouTube show that's coming. The Tubi Roast Kid. And it'll just be fast cuts of Tubi insulting me, but because we did that in the game show where you could unlock an insult, but it was there's only a limited number and it was bot talk. So what I'm thinking I can use this concept in a lot of different ways on the show. Is have a way that y'all can submit things. Because it's going to be recorded, I don't have to worry as much about appropriateness, because if it's not appropriate, I just won't put it on the video kind of thing, So y'all will be able to submit these insults, and I'll have a mod or someone who volunteers or some to sort of be curator. So I will not see them at all until Tubi says them to me. So then you get my real reaction to whatever it is. But I think y'all could come up with some really funny but brutal things to say, for Tubi to say. And then what would be good is if I could develop, I'm not good at insults, at giving insults, I don't think. But if I could develop that ability, then I could go, if I could roast Tubi back and just improvise it, that could be pretty funny. And I don't know, the segment might be man versus robot or something, kid versus robot. I don't know. Muty says I can make good, appropriate, inappropriate jokes. Here's Mighty Matty. And I really want to do the Tubi stand-up where I have Tubi generate a whole bunch of punchlines or setups, which won't make a lot of sense, and then y'all will write the rest of the joke, either the beginning or the punchline. Because I think it'd be really funny to have these weird segments where you see me pull up in front of some random brick wall. Like it's the back of a comedy club. They pull up in front of this random brick wall, and then I wheel Tubi out, and then I have some sort of spotlights. If you have thing, I'd have to do really quick in case I get in trouble, And then I have a spotlight from the van on Tubi, and then Tubi starts nailing these weird bot talk jokes. Media says, ever watch Antique Roadshow? I bet Tubi would be great at that as well. Appraise things bad. That's a good idea. Appraisals. Can you do that as a suggestion, Media? I like that idea. Yeah. That's a good idea. Can you just you don't have to read, just copy and paste into a suggestion. Let's see, sounds. 80s FM bass attack from Mighty Matty. Mind over Muty, bigger clav. This is a funny name because it's not exact. To me, doesn't sound big. I mean, I like the sound, but it's bigger than what? I mean, if you want a big clav sound, I mean, here, I'll put distortion on it. This will make it sound big. And then we've got Falcrum says, kind of like a ventriloquist, but the puppet's almost alive. And then we've got Retro Fair. And then Corona killed the Zika star from Muty. And then Nighttime Rave at the Planetarium. And Skywalk Aboriginal Space Congs. Okay. Yeah, I'll pick which sound, start seeing Improv. Oh, let's see if the light show works today. I don't know if it will. It wasn't working the other day. Yeah, I'm still not getting any MIDI. So no light show, that's a bummer. I think I'm having an issue with the USB on my PC. It's not able to supply enough power to everything that needs to. He says, I just had a vision, especially if green screen thing happens, Tubi could do a news flash from weird locations. Best part was like a Tubi wig with that news anchor hair. Yeah, I think you might have, either I said it or you have already said this. I think we talked, I'm feeling deja vu that we've talked about that, but definitely we'll have to do that, yeah. My man says, have you ever listened to Irish music artists, be it modern or traditional? I'm trying to think. I have. I remember at one point as a teenager, I got a book of Irish tunes, just instrumental stuff, and I was learning them on flute. That was fun. That was a long time ago. Are you from Ireland? Do you have any people you recommend that I check out? Penny whistle's great for Irish music. Hate a duel. You know, I think I've realized, one of the things I'm actually looking forward to the van about doing the show in is being closer. By necessity, I'm gonna have to be closer to the camera and to chat. You know, the nice thing about this setup is when I talk, I'm looking right at you, which might be a bad thing for some people, and I don't know if it's going to be possible to have that style in the van. But right now, my chat is, it's 10 feet away. It's about 10 feet away. And this might seem weird, but for me, chat is you, right? So when I can't see chat, it's as if nobody's here. Okay, it's not 10 feet. It's about 7.5 feet. But anyway, I realize, when I sit and talk, it just feels more relaxed. I think it's because I feel like I'm closer. I don't talk as loud. I don't shout. So I'm looking forward to a more intimate setup. The possibilities for the show are going to get both smaller in terms of size and also bigger, because the van will obviously be a tiny, tiny space. But then the days when I can do stuff outside, we're going to have just the whole sky, the whole world. I'll have the biggest stage possible. Okay. Let's end this bow. Mighty Maz, you are Irish? God is an astronaut? They're instrumental? Okay, cool. Let me write them down. That's a really cool name. I like that. God is an astronaut. I mean, I might be able to pull off the look into the camera thing. The lens I'm using is not a very wide lens. Sorry that I'm touching my face so much. My skin is extremely dry. I feel like my face is just gonna peel off like a snake. I'm just gonna, and then I'll look like I'm 12 years old. Fresh skin. Okay. Because I heard you just have to imagine your audience naked. Chances are they most likely are. Right, if you're as a streamer, yeah. He's wider. He's wider says, don't tell our secrets. Oh, camera's not working either? Oh, wait. There we go. Here we go. Time to accelerate. Thanks for those calps. Sorry, couldn't. There we go. Thanks for those calps. Okay, let's see titles. Titles: Mighty Matty with Man in a Van. Moody, am I still not supposed to use your titles, Moody? Pete with Mute the Silence. I mean, I always have ones I really like, Moody. so, there's always gonna be ones I like. I was just honoring your. The one I want to put up is Doug is an astronaut. And let's see. Jazzy stumbling out the door. Pieces I think crowds will love this song. Yeah. That's a demographic I need to target now. I need to target crabs. Okay, let's see. Oh, and Muty gave me, of course, the title, the inspiration for that, the Walking Sideways. Let's see. I can't believe it, but I'm tired of having 4 monitors. I can't believe I'm saying that. I want to figure out a way to just have. I mean, I have to. I'm gonna have to for the van, but I'm looking forward to somehow figuring out a way to reduce things. You know. I mean, if I'm closer, I can make things smaller and still see them and fit more things on one monitor. What am I doing? Okay, there we go. There we go. I'm back on screen officially. Maybe I need to bring back Tubi's chest light, although then I have to power it. You remember Tubi's chest light when Tubi's open collar shirt? It's a nice detail. Hey, Father Five. Oh, and Muffin's here. Hey, Muffin. Let's see, voice, trumpet, melodica, saxophone, oh, I did voice, okay. You can make some blinky electronics. That could be cool. That could definitely be cool. You know, Pete, you might be able to really help me with an idea. I mean, this is far in the future, but I want to have different sets in the van that I can film stories, that I'm telling stories, or just scenarios, whatever. And especially if I can get the green screen to work in the over the windows, right? I think it'd be really cool if there's this. I have like there's this character. This was before you watched the show. I think it's way back in the day. There's this character, Jack the Ant. This is a fun character I told some stories about, but I might bring him back. And but anyway, I was thinking it might be not that, maybe it wouldn't be that difficult to basically have almost like it's cloth, it's flexible, that we sort of make look like a dashboard of a spaceship with lights and stuff. And it won't need to look perfect because it'll be about 3 or 4 feet behind me, and I'll do a really shallow depth of field so it's out of focus, so we can get away with. But then we'd see space as if we're flying through space, and just having those lights covering up so we wouldn't see the car dashboard. It wouldn't be that much, but that would be really cool with blinky lights. That's what I was trying to get to. The reason needs to be, any set I built for the van has to be compactable really easily. So I'm just going to make lots of things out of fabric, I think. Same thing. I think I'm going to make I was telling the other day I'm going to make a bookcase out of fabric. Maybe it'll be cardboard backing, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a chainsaw, and I'm going to get a bunch of books that no one's going to miss, and I'm going to chainsaw so that all that's left is the spine of the book, so that the books go from being this to about this, and then just glue those or attach them somehow to cardboard so that out of focus it looks exactly like a bookcase. And I would only need, because it's going to be a close shot, I'd only need about this much in the shot to make it look like I'm in a library. And if there's a few cobwebs and the flicker of a candlelight, you'll never know I'm actually in a van. Hey Drew, how are you? How are things? Good to see you. Pieces I'll do even doable to get input from chat, translate to electronic things. Oh, cool. Yeah, I've done. I mean, I did do with Tubi. I had an Arduino that I set up to move Tubi's neck. So I've done some things like, I've done some hardware software things. But very little hardware stuff. Really, the Arduino is about it, all I've ever done. And then the hardware in Tubi's neck broke almost immediately, it just wasn't. It's too much money. And at this point, now that the van thing's happening, honestly, I think just the weight. Tubi's neck weighs a lot. And I just want to make Tubi as light as possible. So I think I'm going to take the neck out for now. And then I'll save, someday when we're back in a studio, I'll get another neck. But I want to make Tubi as lightweight as possible and just make it so that it can fit in a tiny box if necessary. Right now, Tubi right now takes up as much as me, but Tubi's bigger than me. Tubi doesn't weigh as much as me, but Tubi must weigh at least 20 or 30 pounds, you know, because it's got a heavy tripod and it's got... Tubi's head weighs almost nothing. It's just a cardboard box and a monitor. It weighs very little, but it's Tubi's neck and body weigh a lot. Hey, Nerf Dermer. Oh, and thank you, Nerf Dermer, for gifting that sub. To Matt, to Mighty Matty, and to Drew, thank you so much. Thank you. Pieces, why is it so heavy? Well, I might be exaggerating how much it is, but it's got a, for its trunk, it's a tripod, and it's not an expensive tripod, so it's a heavier thing, and then it has a 2x4 that's its shoulders, and then it has the hardware that it's his neck. So maybe it's not 20 pounds. I don't know. It may be just that it's, well, and then it has its innards, which is I'm gonna take out. I'm not gonna keep, because it's got all these cables and stuff, but Tubi never takes its shirt off, so it's sort of pointless. I'll try, if I remember, I'll try to actually weigh it. It might not be even close to 20 pounds. I don't know. But I do have a scale, so I will hug Tubi, or no, I could put Tubi right on the scale. Tubi weighs enough. Usually when I weigh small things, I walk into the scale and then I walk off kind of to see the difference, because I know how much I weigh. But yeah, Tubi's big enough I could put Tubi right on the scale. And I could bring the scale to Tubi too, now that I think about it. These just use aluminum extrusion. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of basically everything but the neck. I'm gonna have the tripod and Tubi's head and just that circuit board that's in front of Tubi's neck. And then I think I might just get, actually, because I do everything with PVC pipe, right? I want a way that I can manually move Tubi's head. Not during streaming, because I'm not going to deal with that, but it just during some filmmaking things, I could be essentially working Tubi like a puppet. It's sad because I wrote all this code to control Tubi's neck based on, what Tubi's doing, but it's just not worth the having extra tech in the van and all that. I got to simplify stuff. And so Idars is build Tubi to the van. He loses the body, becomes a kit from Knight Rider. Well, I'm thinking Zweider, the van is also going to be a character. So yes, Tubi will be Tubi, but the van's going to be its own character with its own voice. Not a computer-generated voice, actually, I think, what I'm thinking about. My current idea, which I might change, my current idea is the van thinks that it's a pirate. A pirate ship. Which is utterly ridiculous, obviously, but I just think that'd be funny if I'm having conversations with the van and it's just always trying to do pirate things, but nobody else wants to do pirate things. Because it's going to be this little wimpy little minivan, but it thinks it's this big, tough pirate ship, and it talks like a pirate. I know it's probably a horrible idea, but that's the current one I'm going with. Until I come up with something I like better. Okay, let's see. Let me shout out a few more titles. Meaning as if you use PVC, does that mean Tubi's head will droop at a certain point? I don't... Yeah, probably. PVC is not very reliable. But answering seriously, I think it'll be fine because it won't be supporting much weight, whereas this is supporting a lot of weight. Fogum Tales says the van will be alive. Yes. Yep. Van's going to be a character in this YouTube show. I don't think it'll be I don't know that I'll necessarily be able to integrate it into the live show, but the YouTube show will be. But I'm either going to take a photo of the van with the green screen, or I might actually hire an artist to do what I've sort of imagined, because I'm imagining there could be some really fun sequences where because I'm gonna have the green screen inside of the vehicle where the windshield is, right? I could cut from a shot where you're sort of watching the van from the outside and it's sort of flying across the screen in some weird place, I don't know, or driving across some fanciful place, and then I use green screen for the windows or something. I just filmed me and Tubi with green screen, so we could actually be looking out the windows as this vehicle's driving across Mars or something, whatever. And then we can cut inside the van, and because it's green screen windshield, we still see Mars through the van. But yeah, I was thinking of getting like a giant bandana for the van. not for when I'm driving around normally, but just for a few shots. So I have like one giant eye that I put on the windshield, and then an eyepiece, and then a red bandana sort of hanging down, and then a gold earring hanging from one of the drive. What are they called? The mirrors. They're just called mirrors, right? On the side mirrors. I know it sounds really silly, but I think it'd be pretty funny. Let's see. Other titles: Mr. Dave, Man in a Van with a Plan, and a Van. I'm Only Big Child, Walking Your Crabs. Do anyone keep pet crabs? Is that a thing? Pete, Dirty Shoes Suit Well. Mind Over Muty, Muton's Third Law, Jazzy Comfort in Chaos. Fulcrum tells us One Piece fans will lose it. It's fun. I think I just recently knew what One Piece is. Is One Piece? It's a anime, right? Or is that what am I thinking of the right thing? And if yes, what do they do something similar? Am I ripping off One Piece? Am I stealing? Oh, it's pirate anime. Is there a van that thinks it's a pirate? Did I totally steal this idea unknowingly? Oh, their boat is alive? Okay. Well, I guess what makes this different is that we won't be pirates. It's just the van thinks it's a pirate. So I'm just imagining all these scenarios where it's like, okay, we're gonna go see I mean, I'm not going to go to Disneyland, but it's like, we're going to go to Disneyland. But the van's like, well, you're just going to all have to see it. I'm not ready to perform. I'm not ready to do the voice. And that's going to be key. But we're going to want to do all these nice, sweet, innocent things. But then the van has different ideas of the agenda. And is always frustrated with our lack of piratry passion. Fogham says, my mother used to buy crabs and then boiling them. I used to feel bad. Does that count as having them as a pet? Oh, man. Thanks, Maddie. Oh, I have a long history of doing things even though people don't think they're good ideas. I'm pretty good about following through even if everyone else thinks I'm crazy for doing it. let's see. But I might come up with another idea I like more. But I do definitely want to. I'm definitely planning on the van being a character. Not all the time, it's. I still, it's. There's going to be a distinction sort of between. I think there's going to be a distinction between reality and fiction, right? In the show itself, there's going to be moments that will be clearly IRL, clearly me in the real world, being me, being authentic and genuine about whatever's happening, and and in those scenarios, Tubi is just a cardboard box. Tubi's not part of it, right? A van as a character is not part of it. It's important to me to have that. That's an important part of what I'm envisioning. But then we will have moments that are where there is Tubi, where there is this fictional van, where there are these stories with fictional characters, and basically the closest things to what I'm imagining is something like, in some ways, kid shows, but this is not going to be for kids. But one thing, if anyone's seen Mr. Rogers, Mr. Rogers had a clear distinction between reality and play. You'd start the show and Mr. Rogers would come to his house, or he'd get whatever, he'd get ready for the day. I can't remember the process. But then they'd have make-believe land, and the train would go from his house into this make-believe world. I really like that distinction. Or if you think about late night shows, that's also in a way an inspiration for this. Although I'm talking about the funny stuff, the humorous stuff, I'll be doing a lot of serious stuff in this as well. But late night shows where you'll have, like Conan, right? And the show starts out, it's IRL in a way, but then you'll have skits sometimes that are clearly skits. And let's end this Poe. Hey, Lost Elf. Oh, and Reginald writes like Mr. Rogers, yeah. How you doing, Reginald? Delaware. And Lost Elf's here with 53 months of. Thank you, Lost Elf. Let's break this tie. Bemis, I can't remember how to pronounce it, has chosen Pete's Mute the Silence. Mute the Silence. If I were to say, I hope YouTube's algorithm doesn't classify as a kid's show. Yeah, you have to mark, if I remember, you have to, if it's kid show, you're required to say that it's a kid show. So if you say that it's not a kid show, they won't do that. All I can hear is raining. That is, I'm, in some ways, I've really debated what I'm going to name this show. If I want to have ETC Kid as part of the name, and that's a downside, right? And the kid part is a downside for this in some ways. But the thing is, at first I was definitely not going to use ETC Kid at all. Now I'm more likely to, because I realize I think people almost never look at the names of the video producer. Most people, when they're going to click on a video, it's because of the thumbnail or the title. The name of the producer is a much smaller font, so I don't think it's going to hurt me that much if it says ETC Kid. It won't just be ETC Kid. The name I'm leaning towards is probably, right now I'm leaning towards the Etc. Kids Roadshow. sort of long, but something like that. Because Etc. Kid is wacky and weird, so I want to have something that's straightforward as part of it. Roadshow is very straightforward. Two words that make sense together. You're out on the bike trail, Reginald? Awesome. I was just, there was this really, I think it was on, where was it? It was on the New York Times website. It was on some website that's very involved, animation graph, or is it a quiz to learn the difference between brown bears and black bears and what you're supposed to do if you are approached by one. And I went through the whole thing. I've already forgotten everything. Because you're supposed to do different things. But what's tricky is that sometimes, see, I can't remember, sometimes black bears look brown, or it's just, or no, brown bears look black, I don't know. So I'm dead. If I run into one, I'm going to do the wrong thing for sure. I'm going to spend so much time thinking, okay, am I supposed to play dead or am I supposed to be aggressive? I can't remember, which is it? And by then I'll be dead. Roach, no, road. Did it sound like I said roach show? Road, R-O-A-D. Road show. Road show. Another one I was thinking about is Nomadiverse. But that's sort of a weird sounding thing, isn't it? I've sort of learned, I think I've learned that, I wonder if anyone has, I've never checked, has that been used, Nomadiverse? It doesn't show up in Google, so no one else has used the word. Or no, someone does have maybe someone has. But I think Roadshow is a little more explanatory. Hey, Skyborg. Skyborg, did you make requests earlier today? Because a bunch of requests showed up. I wasn't sure if it was a bug from a previous show, because that happened once before with your requests. And Skyberg wrote, aggressively play dead. You'll be surprised it worked after the Bears left. How do you aggressively play dead? I'm trying to wrap my head around that. Aggressively play dead. Okay. And did I say hello to Mileage is here? And did anyone else say? Let's see. Any Mileage? Oh, you made some new ones when the show started? Okay, good. Well, that was probably it then. So when the show started, right on when the pre-show started. So that would make sense then. If you made some during the pre-show. I think my biggest uncertainty about what I'm envisioning is will it be too weird jumping between silly and sincere? You don't see those combined very often. Those vibes, and I'm talking about all the silly fun stuff, but I want to be doing serious things as well in these videos. And that's the question. Can I combine those? Can I jump between those kind of energies? Will new people be just too? It will be too strange. I don't know. I'm gonna try, but I just don't know what. It might be too weird. The juxtaposition of those kinds of moods. I mean, that's probably turns off some people on just this show. Because I can jump between those. Our drum kit is the Latin kit version 1. Oh, and let's make these beats with, let's give it some other options to use, since it's got these cool sounds in it. Okay. First up, it's Chuggy Smalls. I'm digging that. And then Pete. Let's get this in here a bit. I'll meet you at ETC at Setter's Traveling Chronicles. Traveling Chronicles. Groovy. Hey, Squatchy Rose. Let's see. Okay. Got our beats. Sounds. Let's see, did 2B load these right? And this chorus string, and then Mr. Dave with Groovy Doom Soup. Oh, and I guess 2B only loaded one sound, right? Oh no, it's just... To be loaded, right? It's just this, there's no sound. There it is. There it is. Groovy Doom Soup. And then Night Falls Over the Neon Streets of Tokyo. And then Scarborough with a Mole. that sound didn't load either. I mean, it did. This is not Tubi's fault. This is logic. WHK. Oh, that's a sweet sound. And then P with Kappa. I have a feeling this didn't load. OMG. And then 10,000 Wasted Maniacs. Okay, y'all pick which sound starts the improv. And there's Poe. And it's a mole. Hey, Banjo Fox. Here we go. Time to accelerate. Thank you. Thanks for those calps. Let's see. I'm going to do titles just a minute. Oops. Is that it? There we go. Actual size. There we go. Okay. Do you want to? No. No, I don't. Yeah, I think my voice feels better. I think because I sort of sang and warm up, because this morning I was saying, when I started the show, I was talking about how I woke up this morning and I had this melody in my head. And I, just for this little theme song for one of the segments on YouTube. And so I was singing early in the morning. And my voice feels a little better today than it normally does. Oh, thanks, Drew. Title, Skyborg Box Shaped Heart. Mr. Dave, Living in Tomorrow. Mighty Matty 27, Trapped in Yesterday, and Jazzy, The Rhythm of Love. Pieces sounds like a great blues song and lyrics. Let's see, what was on? We did voice. It was just voice and Rhodes. Oh, thanks, Beauty. I've sung a lot less falsetto ever since I started singing lyrics. Y'all notice that? It's harder to sing lyrics in falsetto. It's because I think it's a lot harder to make the lyrics intelligible. In falsetto, it's harder to have clear diction. And I think I don't like how words sound as much in falsetto. Actually, that's probably part of it. So I prefer when I generally am singing falsetto when I'm not singing words. And I think part of it is that I really like long notes. Long notes with falsetto, which doesn't work as well for lyrics, right? Because you need to cut your notes up in order to have your syllables. Let me shout out a few more titles. Didruniac 007 with Fender Beat. Mind Over Muty. March of Madness. King of Pirates. Skyborg, A Whirl of Tomorrows. Mr. Dave, Sunset at Dawn. And Jazzy, Mindful of Mutants. Were there any anyone who, so I'm familiar for the most, probably with most, at least my generation's, the kids shows that we had around when we were little kids. But I'm curious, those of you who are not from the States, do you have any memories of live, not cartoons, but live action kids shows that were unique to your country? Were there any that were sort of, like for Muty, were there any Dutch children's shows that you watched as a kid that you remember? And that anyone who is outside of the States, does anyone remember shows that you watched? Muti says Bassi and Adrian. And what was the premise? Was there, well, were those both human beings, or was one a puppet? What was the Muses a clown and an acrobat who drive around a car with a face. They solve crimes. That sounds fun. That sounds like my kind of show. A clown and an acrobat drive around a car with a face? That sounds amazing. That sounds so cool. I mean, was it a good, did you like it? Was it good? Or was it just a good premise? And maybe you don't think it was a good premise either. Paul says, I'm from the States, but there were a lot of Canadian shows in my local PBS. Today's special is one I loved. Mannequin Comes to Life. I've never heard about that. It comes to life in a department store. Oh, that's cool. And hey, Paul. Pieces everyone in the Netherlands liked it. He says, oh yeah, they also had Ravi the Rabbit. It was brilliant. It shaped a lot of Dutch kids. The Rabbit? What's a Rabbit? Or did you mean to type robot? I hope Rabbit is a thing. Oh, it's okay. You meant to type robot. I was hoping there was such a thing as a Rabbit. What is a Rabbit? He says Robbie was kind of like Tubi. Somehow I'd never seen these things before. I'm changing the subject for a second, but I just thought of it. I was watching some guy on YouTube, and he had this monitor that was, I don't know, 5 feet or something long. It was curved. One monitor? When did these start happening? Have they been around for like 10 years and I just didn't know about them? They must be really expensive because you're buying essentially 3 monitors. Paul says the Letter People was a puppet show I loved. Mighty Matty says in Ireland we had the Den and Zig and Zag. It was puppet characters and kind of like a kid's game show with news and art. It's really cool. Yeah, I feel like, kids shows are so inventive. I don't feel like there's an equivalent in it for adults, really. I mean, the closest thing I can think of would be, I guess, the Muppets, because that was for adults, and some late night hosts sometimes. I think Conan and Conan's humor definitely was a little out there. That felt a little, the kind of wacky stuff you do on a kid's thing, and even Letterman sometimes had that wackiness. Not as much as Conan. Paul said, I've long dreamed of an adult puppet variety internet show. But that's gonna be so tough to pull off. Yeah. I've been thinking I might have some puppets in my YouTube show, but it definitely won't be a puppet show. There might be a segment every once in a while. I mean, Tubi's essentially a puppet, but it's a puppet where I don't know what it's gonna say. Exactly, at least. Me says, check out Disco for Basie and Adrian. Okay. It's hard to get a vibe from a clown, right? They're a little scary, but the guy The other guy whose face I can see, he just had, just from the photo, I get a great vibe from him. You know, he's got a great smile. I could just see kids just gravitating towards his energy. The clown is a little creepy looking. If I'm being totally honest. Those eyes are a little scary. Okay, let's end this poll. Drew like Bozo the Clown. I don't know if I ever saw Bozo the Clown, but I heard about Bozo for sure. Bozo the Clown. Pieces David the Kabooter and Alfred J. Kwok. Mighty says we had a show called Podge and Raj, which is a puppet talk show for adults. Oh, I should check that out. I wonder if that's Podge and Raj. I was saying recently, one thing I wish. Oh, and thank you, Skyborg. Skyborg named it Box Shaped Heart. Box Shaped Heart. Thank you, Skyborg. Thank you. He uses the car's eyelashes and eyeballs view closely. The clown hates kids. Oh, okay. He's been caught a lot yelling at kids. You mean in real life or on the show? Or both. He says we had a show called Alfred J. Kwok, although there was a cartoon show about a little duck. It was a cartoon show. The extremely interesting part is that even as an adult you can watch it, since it actually shows some very different things, like World War II apartheid. I think the best children's literature is universal, right? The best children's literature is not dumbed down for kids. I don't think you have to dumb down things for kids. I think that's patronizing. Kids don't want to be patronized to. I think kids like their imagination excited, right? They want their imagination stimulated, but that doesn't. You don't have to dumb things down to do that. One of my favorite books ever is ostensibly written for kids. It's for young adults. It's the Philip Pullman Dark Materials series. It's young adult fiction, I guess, but it definitely, I think I read it as an adult. I think the best children's shows are universal. Let's see. Did I miss? He's cranky. Okay, first request to type coming up for Banjo Fox. Gonna get a drum loop and a drum fill. Pieces funny. My girlfriend and I were talking about how very cruel and dark fairy tales and kid stories used to be, right? Because they all were trying to teach some moral value. Don't do this. Red Riding Hood. It's like, don't go into strangers' houses, or you're in serious trouble. Or is that Red Riding Hood? Well, there's a lot that teach that, right? I think Red Riding Hood teaches that. Then the Candy House. Remember the Candy House? Isn't you the kids go to the candy house and the witch eats one of the kids or something? It's horrible. Yeah, don't go into strangers' houses. Hansel and Gretel, that's what it is. Hansel and Gretel, thank you, yes. Pieces being cooked alive, eaten by witches, yeah. it's a lot of there's certainly plenty of kids who are very very sensitive, and you have to be careful, but I think a lot of children are ready at a pretty young age to start dealing with real things, and I think it's I mean I think it's actually risky to try to protect them from dark things. I think it's gonna whether you can't a parent cannot protect a kid forever from reality. So if you try to keep fiction from them as well, fiction is helping prepare for reality, and I'm not saying parents should, their kids should be watching R-rated, X-rated movies, but the idea that children don't have the ability to grapple with sort of, sometimes emotionally challenging subject matter, I think they often can and need to. Because I agree at the same time it's a little harsh as well. I mean, I'm not necessarily saying those. I mean, some of those old fairy tales I don't even think the message they're sending is good. Right? It's not a good message sometimes. But I just mean in general. I think kids can be. Paul says, I'm the youngest, two older brothers. I was exposed to some very adult stuff at a young age. I'm only a little bit messed up. Fogum says, I think that's why I loved The Simpsons as a kid. They were drawings, but the scenes were so real. Mr. Day says, Mr. Rogers and Sesame, you were amazing for discussing sensitive topics with kids. Yeah. He says, kids in the U.S. are much more protected than in Germany. You're in Germany, right? Here they just play in the street all day long, no problem. Yeah, I feel in America, you don't see kids outside much anymore, at least in my experience. I think my generation was one of the last generations to really spend a lot of time outside. And, I think part of it was video games, in that my generation was we got the Nintendo. The Nintendo came out, I think, when I was in 5th or 6th grade, and that's when people started spending more time inside. But I don't think it was just that. I think it was probably a bigger part is I think parents got really paranoid about protecting their kids, and probably for some good reasons in some instances. But it's also sad in other ways that. Because there's a lot of evidence of the importance of sunlight on your sense of well-being, your mental health and happiness, and just being shuttered inside all day as a kid is not ideal. Oh, thank you, Mileage. Thank you. Thank you so much. A big donation for Mileage. Thank you so much. Thank you. Honor for Mileage. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I shouldn't say anything about kids since I don't have any, right? I shouldn't be state any opinions about anything. But let's see, drum kit, except for Tubi. I'm clearly a horrible parent, the kind of things Tubi says. I've failed. Yeah, thanks again to Mileage. Jazz says there's too many stories about kids being kidnapped for illicit trafficking and other purposes. Yeah, I think it's so easy to be afraid of, because I I remember when I was in elementary school, in I think it was in my state, or maybe not even in my state. There was a kid that was very, very bad things happened to a child, and I don't know. It just really made an impression. I don't know why I found out about it, but it really freaked me out, and I it's this weird thing. I don't know if it was my parents or the school did something, or they took us to the police station, and we got our fingerprints. Like that was going to protect us if they had our fingerprints on file. But I remember for a bunch of years after that, I was very worried about my siblings. Like anytime they got like 10 feet away from my parents, if we were in the mall or something, I'd be, what are you doing? They're 10 feet away. They could get kidnapped right now. What are you doing? Go get them. That was probably so annoying. But yeah, it's the way our minds work. You hear about one instance of something and it becomes so real. But then, we take things for granted like cancer or heart attacks. Things that actually get, or well, that's not going to get kids, but car accidents, things that are actually going to really, that we need to worry about. But if you hear that one story and it seems, you hear somebody bitten by a shark and you can start worrying about sharks, but then it's nothing. It's like 1 in a trillion or something that you're going to get eaten by a shark versus all the things that we should be fearful of. Trip Hop Remix. Balls is a good parent with honor to his request be called Huggy Danko. I think I still have that in a box, actually. This piece of paper with my photo on it and a police thing with my thumb, and I'm 10 years old or 11 years old. So weird, really weird. Oh, Muty says kidnapping, such a weird word. It does not reflect the urgency of the situation. Kidnapping. Okay, let's see beats. Oh, we're 168. Let's do eighth note drums. I'm not feeling like the crazy frenetic. Whoops. Oh yeah, I want to redo that. Okay, first beat is for banjo. You heard it out of context, Paul. Let's see. And then Drew, here's Drew. There it is, Enter Beats. Sounds Mighty Matty 27 with frozen bass waves. And then we've had clavs on every song, I think. MIDI downtown clav. And then another clav from Mighty Matty Street Clavinet. Dual cloud sweep. I think the most famous, probably the most famous clav ever was on Superstition by Stevie Wonder. That's probably the most famous clav performance. You know, whoops, that's not right. Let's see, and then we have, did I do Cloud Sweep? Yeah, and then here's a Teenage Tantrum featuring Punching Pans. He says, if you had a kid, would you let it play sports because you always root for the underdog? He said, so if your kid goes good and wins, how would that work? My general philosophy about parents and kids, and again, it's easy for me to say this because I don't have kids, but is that if a parent has ideas that are outside of the mainstream, which I have many, I think it's really important to let the kid be mainstream and not try to, like, I'm not a fan of most holidays personally, but I would celebrate them for the kids' sake. And when they were older, I might explain why I personally am not into those things. But that's not really what you were asking. But basically, I was responding to what I let them play sports. So if they wanted to, I would, yes. I mean, I think I would be able to have simultaneously be rooting for them and also for the other team if my child was winning. I think I can handle that level of mind splitting, rooting for both simultaneously. I mean, I would not root out verbally for the other team, but in my mind, I would be. Okay, let's see. Teenage Tantrum, and then with Way Back Sound. He says, I think losing is so much more valuable than winning. For kids, definitely, yeah. Well, I think you learn so much from that. Yeah, I think as a parent, you know, the kid comes home and says, "Oh, yeah, I'm really disappointed I lost today," or I didn't do well on this test, and I thought I studied hard. In my mind, I'm thinking this is really good. Right? It's really good that this is happening. Although I'm not going to say that to them, right? But the point is that those are just amazing opportunities to learn how to be an adult. Because adulthood is filled with challenges and disappointment. Okay, let's see. And lots of good things too. And we get through the challenges and disappointment because we learn how to do it. We learn how to get through it. And we develop that confidence. Well, we got through it before, we can get through it again. Pieces I'm not big on holidays as well. For me, good cooperation was always better than winning the game, even when I was little. my thing about holidays is a bigger thing of, and this is just myself. I don't judge other people for loving holidays, loving all this stuff. This is just me personally. I have my own reasons, which I'm not going to get into, but maybe someday I'll talk about. But I am very resistant to any sort of tradition. My instinct is to question any sort of tradition, because for me tradition can feel like being in a straitjacket. I don't mind traditions that are new, that I know the person who started it, right? Or I started it. Right, that's a different thing, because that tradition, I know where it came from, and we're all consciously choosing. We're not just, but yeah. But again, I just want to emphasize, it makes me happy when other people love traditions, right? I'm not a grump in that regard. You know, people who love singing Christmas carols and all that. It makes me happy. If they're happy, it makes me happy. Okay, way back sound. The outpick which sound starts the improv. Muti says, I like traditions, I don't like ideologies that go with traditions. But, it makes sense. It's why improv, you look at my life and it's not random, there's a pattern, right? Improv is my preferred way to express myself. And improv has built into it just open-ended freedom. Pizzas for me was a couple years back when I was running again for presents. That explains enough, I think. Mine was just a pattern of randomizations. Oh, and let me play all these. Mileage gifted all these sounds. Let me play these. Squatchy Rose got axe. That's quite the code. Axe. And Mr. Dave got SWE. Mileage gave to Mighty Matty BOI. And Drew got GWE. Mileage got YKI. Let's end this bow. Frozen bass waves. Oh. Okay, here we go. Time to accelerate. Thanks for those scalps. Thank you. And thanks to Brucos. 53-month sub. Thank you so much, Brucos. Thank you. Honor for Brucos. Hope you're having a good weekend. Hope you had a good week into a good weekend. Thank you. Let's see our titles. Hug Queen LD with Hey Hug Queen. Innovated Notions. I'm Only Big Child. Watch out, sharks. Skyborg, Superstitious Dichotomy. And one more. Mighty Matty, Zig and Zag. There's honor and something happened. Oh, Brucos, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Huge donation from Brucos. Thank you. Helps us hit the goal. Thank you, Brucos. Honor for Brucos. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, and thanks to Reginald Delaware, 52-month sub, tier 3. Tier 3. Thank you so much. Thanks, Reg. Thank you. Thanks, Brucos. Oh, and Pierre just unlocked BPM range. What do you want for the next? I could still do it for the next track we do. What are you in the mood for? I'm assuming 180 to 200. 160 to 180. Okay. Thanks, Brucos. $160 to $180. Oh. Some other titles. Didgeridoo Active 07 with 80s Backflash. Hug Queen, what little red card? Mind over Muty. Tackle me as I tackle you, so we tackle the world. And the pancake that changes a person. Do you remember, I think I told you this story when you were here, Muty. I actually had a job in New Orleans once. I was filming a music festival. And I wasn't actually filming the music, I was filming the scene, the festival scene. So I was in New Orleans for a week, and there's this restaurant in New Orleans where they serve you a pancake on a pizza tin. It's just one pancake. So that's a pancake that changes a person. Huge. And you share it, you just put, well, there were two of us for this huge pan. We didn't even get a third of the way through it, I don't think. Also, another title is from Skyberg, Superstitious Dichotomy. Oh wait, did I just add all of these to the poll? Oh, I'm getting messed up. Okay. I forgot I haven't started. Normally I don't do this until we started the poll. These are the shoutouts. Whoops. I'm still getting used to not doing the videos after the song. Oh, and hey to Hero Vision, how are you? Okay, here's our poll. Here's our title poll. Oh, his background's, oh. There's... Oh, and Skyborg OG is now Buddy Skyborg. Why is Tubi doing my baloney as a second name over and over again for Say My Names? I mean, I think I know why. My below, where is it? Wait, why is that happening so many times? That's really... Why would... What? Huh. I don't know why that's happening. Anyway, Tubi wants to be known as Dreamboat, like Sudefima. Tubi also would be like to be known as Skinu, etc. Berserker Casmo, Chauncey Mimi, Pobad the Second Cosmos, Rex Take a Week, Robo Mick Jenkins. I like that one. Robo Mick Jenkins. It's got Robo in it. Farty Slow-Mo. Oh, man. Abner Irwin. Rando Jimmy Pie. Gem Tech Part. Let's see. Okay, let's end this poll. My extension cable broke, so I'm on a short leash today. I mean, it's been getting worse and worse. I was psyched. I found one online for $3. 12-foot extension cable, $3. I've gone through, I don't know, 4 or 5 of these over the course of the show. Let's end this bow. Innovated Notions, Hug Queen. Thanks, Hug Queen. Hug Queen's named it Innovated Notions. Okay, we got a first request ever. Squatchy Rose gonna do drum fill, drum loop, and a sound. And Hug Queen LD's 75th drum fill. Oh, and I see Bruco's gifted some sounds. We'll do those in a moment. Oh. Okay, let's demo these sounds. Oh. What's going on? Oh, I see. Doobie's working. Okay, first up, we got Hug Queen got WWE. Here it is. I love it. Oh, thanks, True. Here is, and Hug Queen's named it Wide World Enterprise. Brucos gave to Muti XKI. And Muti's named it Extensions. Extensions of a Creator. Brucos gave to Pete Oki, OKI. That's a cool sound. Brucos gave to Big Child, I'm Only Big Child, ZWE. And then to Pierre, Brucos gave FAF. These still sounds from the FX pool. Obviously there's a bunch of choir sounds happening right now. But we still got some effects, we still got some soundscapes and textures. And every once in a while there's still a few lead synths that sneak in, I think. Show a drum kit. Broken beat kit. And we're 180. Feeling eighth notes again. squatchy. Why is that there? And then Hug Queen. What am I doing? Oh, and here's your sound, Pierre. It was this choir sound. Hug Queen, you're a WWE fan? Who's your favorite wrestler, WWE? Okay, here's Hug Queen on as a beat. You want to add a 30-second note hat? I mean, at 16 though is going to sound fast, but sure, let's try it. Let's add our 16s first. Okay, now let's make this 30-second note. I think I only want to do that once every two though. Okay, got our beats. Oops. Sounds squatchy with acid sawtooth. And squatchy, I think, it looks like it's a random request. And then we got jazzy classical piano. And electric harmonics. The Mighty Matty with '80s power chords. Should we amp it up? Let's just put some power on this. Okay. See that one. And then we got flange saw sweep. And then from Buddy, Veritable Fortune. Wait, did I do flange saw sweep? And then here's Veritable Fortune. To the BPM, that's... Okay. Y'all pick. Which sound starts the improv? Does anyone have any fun plans for Sunday? Let's see. If I have time, I might try to put Tubi on a diet. Take Tubi apart and Tubi's physical body, not Tubi's brain, Tubi's physical body. Try to make Tubi a little more lightweight. I guess I don't have to do that yet, do I? You're gonna record Foley? You got a field recorder? Nice. That's awesome. Do you have any specific sounds you're looking to get to capture? And what are you using? You're gonna use Foley for sound effects and music, or Foley for a video you're doing? I'm only a big child named a sound Sunrise in Zimbabwe. My dilemma is the place where Tubi needs to be is where Kid's #1 fan is. And often during the day when it gets really hot, I need Kid's #1 fan turned on, you know? So I just don't have any place I can put the fan. I guess maybe could it work right there? Would that be annoying? Maybe it would work right there. Right next to Tubi. He says layering in background of songs and just to build library sounds. Might go to skate park in the zoo. Oh, cool. When I was in college, I took a documentary filmmaking class, and I did a video about a bottle recycling place. They didn't actually do the recycling there. I think they just people brought their bottles and they sort of sorted them and then they were shipped somewhere else. But there was a lot of sounds. And I sampled a lot of the sounds and I turned it into my soundtrack for my little video. Let's end this bow. Hug Queen's drum loop. Big shout out to the fan V2's new body. The fan's even heavier. That fan is a beast. It's great. It's really quiet, but it's probably 4.5 feet tall when it's fully extended, and it has a big metal base. I don't even know how I'm gonna be able to get it out of there. All these cables. It's gonna be like performing open heart surgery, trying to get the fan out without pulling out a cable. That's important. But it'd be good because there's some stuff that I could put back there actually. It'd be good to put back there. If I can get it out. Okay, let's see. What is this background? Here we go. Time to accelerate. Thank you. Thanks for those calps. Let's see our titles. Fulcrum Tales Killing Demons. Pierre TV Digital Deluxe Distortions. Jazzy Underworldly Endeavors. One more. And one more. A queen with roll the dice. Oh, thank you, Moody. Thank you. There's a sort of reverb effect in this one guitar amp simulator called, I think it's called Ice. Is that what it's called? I've never used it on the Rhodes before. I've used it on some synths a few times, I think, but it's a cool reverb. Oh, there was Rhodes on that, wasn't there? Oh, welcome Mateo784. I'm not sure if you're still here. I don't actually do covers. It's all original improvisation, but thank you for the request. I think this was our last song, but if you come back next week, I could turn your name into part of the music. I could turn your name into a drum beat, or you could request one of the sounds that I use. Oh, I played Melodica? I forgot. Thanks. Thanks, Moody. Rhodes is such a pretty sound. Moody says, have you ever played Queen? I don't think I've ever played a Queen song, no, in my life, with any band. Favorite Queen song? I don't know that I've heard. I need to listen to their albums. I've just heard what's on the radio. So, I mean, Bohemian Rhapsody is awesome how ambitious it is, right? It's an incredibly ambitious song. You don't hear stuff like that very often. It goes through so many kinds of energies over the course of that track. There's such a beautiful range of emotion and shape. So I guess of the songs I've heard, I'd say Bohemian Rhapsody, but I haven't heard a lot of their stuff, so there might be another song I would love more. Meaty says, oh, Bohemian was 3 songs, Freddie Mercury couldn't finish it, so it became an anthem. That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. That's a great songwriting technique. If you got 3 different sets, a great technique. And Jazzy's named it Underworldly Endeavors. Thanks, Jazzy. Thank you. Thanks for that title. Okay, let's see. One of the things I like about Rhodes is the sustain you can get sometimes. And it starts to feel like it can be a pad. It sort of sounds like a pad at the same time that you're playing very rhythmic stuff with your other hand. Okay. Oh, no worries, Jazzy. That's awesome with the boot camp stuff. I hope that's all going well. Our show is live from Tomorrow is a Bird. We did Mute the Silence, Box-Shaped Heart, Innovated Notions, and we ended on Underworldly Endeavors. Jazz is going well. I think only have another month. Which boot camp are you doing? My one of my siblings did. 2 of my siblings did a JavaScript boot camp. I forget the name. He says, I think I'll miss the roads if you can't take it on the road, but you prove time and again. All he needs is just an ID to music. He's always magic. Thanks, Muty. Oh no, Jazzy, Muty's saying that in part because I've waxed poetically how it's just not the same at all. It's not at all the same because what makes the Rhodes amazing is more than how it sounds. For me, is how it feels. I will never ever play like that on this keyboard with the Rhodes sound because it's all about how it feels. And, I mean, it sounds different too than a Rhodes patch. It just does. Maybe not to probably not to the average person's ears, which I totally understand. I mean, it's all in my head probably, but the physicality of it, you could play these 2 keyboards and anyone would feel that this keyboard feels different. It feels very rough around the edges. Oh, your eyes are totally askew. I mean, I say that, and then at the same time, I totally will rag on guitar players who obsess about the difference between, single coil and humbuckers or a Strat versus a Les Paul. I'll totally rag on them first. And then here I am saying a Rhodes cannot be duplicated. Jazz says, rag away your ramen. Feel free to rag away. Let's see. I know they sound different. I mean, a Strat and a Les Paul definitely sound different, but it's not as dramatic as guitar players think. And you can make awesome music with any guitar. And you can make awesome music with any keyboard too. But I think I'm betting that the reality for most guitar players is similar to what I'm talking about, which it's less about the sound, but the way in which they sort of feel different. Because if something feels different, you're going to play different. What I really don't like about, well, I don't need to rant about guitar culture. There's lots of things about guitar culture I'm not a fan of. Let's see. I love guitar though. I absolutely love guitar. Not a fan of guitar culture. Let's see. Yeah, I think one of my things, I have a very different approach to sounds than most guitar players and most producers. In that, to me, I prefer, it's like, give me something, give me a sound, and I want to discover what that sound can do. To me, that feels way more open-ended and inspiring than trying to find this perfect sound. It's like, okay, now what? You got this perfect sound. What are you going to spend the rest of your life playing one perfect sound? That's what I don't really understand. Now, granted, there's many guitar players, many saxophone, many instrumentalists that do have their one sound, and I love their music. And I love their music, their first album or their 20th album. But I would also love to hear them playing different sounds and not just playing the same sound for 20 years. Because again, I think what I love about this instrument is the way in which, because it feels different, I play different. And why this show has so much diversity, I like to think diversity of music, is because y'all give me so many different things to work with that I would never choose myself. And it forces me to do something different or try to do something different. Because we could take one of these tracks that I produce, because it's in MIDI, I have MIDI for it, and we could put different sounds and it wouldn't work. It would sound horrible. If we were to change the sounds but keep the notes that I played, in most cases it would sound awful. And that's because I'm playing to the sound. I'm not just trying to force the sound to be something. But I am being a little facetious. I mean, I know, obviously, with those single coil, you get that beautiful sort of bell sound and humbuckers. If you're playing, you've got a lot of distortion on, and you throw those, if you got humbuckers, it's gonna be more powerful. But I think one of my resistances to sort of guitar culture is, here I am ended up talking about it, is guitar culture is the most obsessed about gear of any instrument that I know of. And it breaks my heart, the number of people who spend all their time watching guitar gear videos and thinking that they need this guitar or that guitar in order to play music. And, you know, I think of my favorite guitar players, and I would rather listen to them playing the most horrible, awful guitar. I would rather hear just one note of Hendrix, get to hear Hendrix one more time play one note on the worst guitar in the world, than hear some wealthy yuppie who has a $5,000 guitar play a single note. You know what I mean? It's has never really played their instrument. All they have is bought their instrument. You can't buy expression, you know? You cannot buy expression. But guitar culture tries to teach you that you can. And that's what I don't like at all. And obviously you see that in other instruments, but it's the worst in guitar culture, that you can buy expression. And I think why it bothers me the most is thinking about all the kids out there that don't have any money, and get this message hammered into their brain that they can't play music if they don't have expensive gear, and feel discouraged that I might as well not. I'm never gonna be able to afford a good guitar. I'm never gonna be able to afford a drum set that's high end. And so they just don't do, they feel like they can't do it. Because that's the message that's just, and all the gear companies want you to think that, right? They want you to think that the only good guitar is made by Fender and Gibson or something. And the only good keyboard is a $2,000 keyboard or something. And that's just not true. You can't buy expression. You cannot buy expression. You can buy gear, but you can never buy expression. That comes from here. Okay, I did my guitar rant. It's not a guitar rant, it's guitar culture. And there's obviously, that's only a part of it. I mean, there's many guitarists who are not part of that toxic guitar culture. You know, maybe most. Maybe it's just a vocal minority on YouTube or, you know, or wherever. I mean, it's not even you. I mean, I grew up around this stuff. You know, I was playing in rock bands and, you know. Jazz says some of us see the lives, we don't buy into it. Yeah. Muti says they should be guitared and feathered. Okay, sorry for that rant. Cut to shout out game scene. Oh, I don't want to do that. Oh yeah, we got our thank yous. Thanks to our superstar mods, Brucos, Lost Elf, and Tubi. Thanks all the support tonight. Oh, some of these are from actually yesterday's show too. Some of those donations are from yesterday. Thanks to Brucos and Cool Reason, Mileage, Muffin. Wait, some of these are from Thursday. This is 3 days worth of donations. Thanks to Muffin, Funk, Staffy, a Big Child. This is when you do van life. Can we go into random music stores, hook up trombone to amp, bring it to the guitar? Yeah. Well, you've heard me say, music stores to me are the worst place in the world. Pretty much. I'm not the worst place. I'm being melodramatic, but I hate music stores. I hate them so very much. Because it's not just guitar culture, it's that whole gear culture. And I just, I feel ill when I walk into music stores. I'm passionate about the expression, the art of music, and the monetization. Obviously, I mean, I should not be bothered by the monetization of it. I am dependent on the monetization of it. But music stores. I mean, it's mainly, I'm gonna make a distinction. It's mainly the big box music stores, like Guitar Center. But But even the mom and pop ones, I'd rather not be in any more than I have to be. I want to be in and out as fast as I can. I want to make music. I don't want to buy music. Okay, let's see. Pierre, you want to hear I've played it. This is the third time I've played it, Pierre. I'll play it again, though. I will play it again. Thanks to our resubs, Nerf gifted to Drew and Mighty Maddie. 53 months for Brucos, 52 for Reginald Delaware, 53 for Lost Elf, 4 for XP Home. No worries, Pierre. Yeah, the reason I get so passionate is I just know the financial side of music has prevented some people from playing music. And that I've said this before, probably my favorite musician ever and your favorite musician, which are different people, never actually played music. And that just kills me thinking about that. Just the person who, I just that idea, just that there are people out there that had something to say and never got a chance to say it. And that would have meant so much to me to hear, but they never could play so that I could hear them. And it's not, there's just so many reasons why, people aren't able to do what they want to do in life, but still, it's not just music. I mean, there's movies that have never been made because someone who had could have made it something that would have blown our minds, never got a chance for whatever reason, or paintings we never got to see. So any times any of you try to stop yourself from creating something, or doing something, making something, whatever it is, just remember that there's people out there that what you make might be their favorite thing in the world, and maybe it's not until you're long gone. There's so many artists who weren't appreciated till much later in life. I mean, until they, like Van Gogh, right? Van Gogh's stuff is he's one of my favorite painters. He was, his mind would be, he'd be amazed to know the impact he has had since he died. Thanks to our lurkers and chatters. I'm going to stop ranting. Oh, and hey, Jerry's here. Did I see Jerry? I thought I saw Jerry. Is Jerry here? Did I make that up? Did I just imagine Jerry Banfield was here? Where's your... Oh, there it is. Yes, you are here. Good. Beauty says, I think your rants would do so good because they aren't just a plea for attention, but universal truths. Okay, here's FAF. I think what I don't like them is that when there's a bit of anger in them, because there's a bit of anger in what I was just saying. And I'd rather say it without that anger. Here it is. I can't be angry when this is going. I'm not gonna play my So I was saying I woke up this morning and just literally I was lying down. I sleep on the floor right here on the carpet. If any, I've been training for van life. Anyway, I'm on the floor on the carpet. I mean, I got a blanket and stuff. Not just. I'm not that bad. And so I'm just lying there still, and this melody comes into my head. I'm not going to play the melody, but I'll play the chords. The chords were sort of interesting. Were they? Yeah, they. What was it? Because it'll be funny with this. We had D, E dominant over B, and then B half diminished over A, and then G major 7, and then back to D. There we go. But it fits with the melody more than on its own. But oh, thanks for the gifted sub, Falcon Tales. Thank you. And you never need to apologize, Falcon. Just being here, it makes an incredible difference. Please don't ever feel, nobody should ever feel obligated or anything, you know. I'm just, you being here is amazing, so thank you. But thank you for that gifted sub. Thank you. These 17 names you see on screen, either named for current tour, named or venue, named one of our songs, made a request on one of the songs. We featured Banjo Fox, Bodybuilder Type, Stong Neck, Buddy Skyborg, Chuggy Smalls, Didgeridoo, 007, Dual Hug, Guino, the Emo, the Big Child, Jazzy, Mighty Matty, 27, Mind Over Meaty, Doctor, Mr. Dave, Meat Pals, Pierre TV, Squatchy Rose, Staffy, and Third Dog Mansion. Well, I didn't prepare myself. 17 should be easy, but I didn't breathe at all at the beginning. Whew. Thanks, Jerry. 19-month sub. Thank you. Fears you need to train. I know. Yeah, I know. I gotta be. So if you anyway, my record I think is what 59 names or 61 names I think in one breath. So, and there's a whole game there's a video game made by a member of our community. And it would sort of show this visual race across screen as I try to beat my record. So hopefully it probably won't be till sometime next year, but hopefully the YouTube thing works as I'm hoping, and it'll bring some new people and we'll start doing that again. The shout out race. It's just, I stopped doing it because it's too easy when there's only 20 names or something. It's got to be 50 plus for it to be a challenge. Although I had struggled with 17 just then. This is 61, but you forgot to press record. Oh. Fierce is just read the names 3 times. I think what's the most names? I think the most names we ever had in a shout out was over 100, right? And believe me, I shouted them all out. Oh, it was more than 100. We had on July 5th, 2018, 223 names I shouted out, it says. That was probably one of the days we were on the front page or something, I'm sure. We had a 217, 166, 148, 138. how was it that? Oh, it's a lot of songs. Because there's, I think, 22 request slots? And Tubi tries to get as many people on a show as possible. So theoretically, if you do 10 tracks and it's 20 people on a track, right there, that's 200 people. Well, 220. And titles, right? And titles, yeah. Was anyone here when I did the AKAs? Does anyone remember the AKAs? Hey, Q Square. Was anyone here for that? That was probably in 2017 or 2018. Was anyone here for that? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? The AKAs? Nobody remembers this? Nobody in chat remembers this? I guess this was in 2017. It was just in 2017. I did it for like 2 months in 2017. It was a thing you could request. You could submit an AKA, like you submit a title. And so the show would start, and I had this interface I created where I would see the latest list of AKAs, and I would just do as many as I could. So it'd be like, hey, I'm gonna read some. So it'd be like, hey everybody, I'm the etc. kid, AKA the 13 Doctor's Companion, AKA the real Ethan Hawke, AKA Kitty McFidface, AKA a less grumpy Dr. House, AKA Breaker of Tambourine Dreams, AKA the bread butt of the universe, AKA the geriatric kid, AKA and it would just go on and on. AKA the marshmallow in your pillow for sleepy time eating. Music wise, AKA is the only thing. I guess I got tired of it. I mean, I only did it for 2. It looks like it was just the summer of 2017, and then I don't know. I got tired of it. Summer of 2017. I see some, who was here yesterday. Beanarino was here. Beanarino submitted a bunch back in the day. Dom Corleone. Clarable Bunny did a lot. Wow, there's about 300 of them. And then what's funny is the very last one. The very last one was submitted in December of 2019. It was from Dom, and it was remember when we did AKAs. Maybe I'll bring him back someday. I don't know. Oh, and I used to do moods too. Maybe I'll bring moods back someday too, as well. Oh, Pierre's named the sound funny and frightening. He says, would be great if Tubi did your introduction with AK's Lord Chamber Pit. Oh, and Heda mucho más. Is that a picture of a keyboard or a real keyboard? Oh, is this a stream from New Zealand? Have I rated them? Oh, thanks. Thanks for the raid, Tone Hack. We're just about to raid somebody, but thank you so much. How was your stream? Chat, we should all go raid, I'll give a follow. Give a follow to Tone Hack if you haven't already. Thank you so much. How was your stream today? For Tone Hack and crew. Oh, thanks, Mileage, for gifting those subs. Thank you so much, Mileage. 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Here, let me for the Raiders, so you know what this show's about. It's a little different than a lot of what's in the music category, but let me just play this video quick to you. It's an old video. I've been on Twitch a long time, but it'll give you an idea what this show's about. Here, where's the video? Where is it? I'm the Etc. Kid, and I host a live show on Twitch that's one of the most interactive experiences you'll find on the web. Normally when you watch a concert, it's a pretty passive experience. But on this show, you actually can help shape the music we create, even if you have no musical background. Here's how it works. There's a live chat room, and before each song, you can request the sounds I use and the speed and the key of the music. And the drum beats for each song are generated from your usernames using software I wrote. I take the basic musical ingredients you give me and layer by layer, turn them into something on the spot. Everything is completely improvised from scratch. Because I don't have anything planned in advance, no melodies, no chords, it means each request you make has a profound impact on the end result. And your requests make every song sound pretty different. As you watch these songs come into existence, you also get to help name them. Symphony of a Madman. Enigma has named our 1000th track on Twitch. That's what makes this show so different. You have a direct impact on your experience, and your contributions are encouraged and celebrated by our amazing community. So please drop by, make a request, and become a part of our next song. Good night and good luck. I'll see you soon. I probably should have made a video when I moved to New Mexico, this new studio. And since, I'm older and raggedier, and my voice is raggedier, but I'll probably make a new video in when I move into the van. For anyone just rated, I'm planning next year to squeeze this entire show into a van and travel around the country and stream from the van. So I'll do a new promo video in the van. Let's see. Thanks again, Mileage. Thanks so much. Thanks so much for that. Those 10 subs. And thanks for the raid, Tone. But for new folks, yeah, I'll be back Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And like it says in the video, I can take your name and make it into a beat on one of the songs, and you can pick the sounds that I use on every track and how fast they're going to be. You name this. It's a very interactive experience. Okay, let's see. We're gonna rate it. They're from New Zealand. It looks like. I lived in New Zealand for almost 3/4 a year, almost a year, I think. Several decades ago, but I loved it. I would go back. It's one of the few places I would go back to. Not yet, though. When I'm in like 30 years. Well, I'll be old in 30 years. Be very old. Okay. We're going to do a raid. But I hope you all have a tremendous rest of your weekend. Hope to see you next week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Thanks for spending today with me. Okay, let's get this raid countdown started. Here it is. Okay. Thanks, everyone. I'll see y'all soon. Take care.